Hello, everyone. To those just joining, to those who have been waiting, to everyone watching things back on the VOD, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this. Hello, welcome to another stream, and it is Sunday once again, which means it's game dev time. I may as well throw on background music now before I, forget, as usual. Anyway, so two little things before we properly get into it. First things first, I actually have myself a proper little list of things to get done today that I want to try and focus on. So I have it in the sticky note, and because it's on the display capture, we can see what I've written here, rather than me having to go into Clip Studio and like illustrate it there. Speaking of, I should probably get that open as well in the background because I don't have it open yet. I really should have done that. When I had the chance. I'll just pop that there. Get rid of Clip Studio itself. Then, or not the actual paint program, but the basically what is essentially the launcher. And there we go. Also, I realized I might have forgotten to grab my water from my bag. Just a moment, before I explain any further. Yeah, sorry about that. I did leave my stuff, my drink in my bag from when I was at work. Anyway, so as I was saying, first things first, we've got this. We've got this little list of stuff that I'm wanting to try and do. But, not necessarily sure, like, how much of it or if I'll actually be able to get to all of it. And secondly, I did mention on, like, some of my Go Live notifications, depending on when you're seeing it from, like, Twitter or the Discord server or anything else, that there has been a minor hardware upgrade. That being that I finally managed to install my new SSD, and when I did that, I threw not just my project, but the engine itself onto there as well. So I was testing things last night, not long after I'd finished, like, installing things. And honestly, the difference in how quickly things load is insane to me. It's crazy. And I feel like I can never go back to just throwing the engine onto a HDD instead. I don't think I could ever do that. We'll see soon enough if it actually affects, proper compile times rather than me constantly having to sort of, close the engine and rider and then having to remake the files that way. We'll see. I may actually experiment by just adding like a random actor class to the project that I may turn into a thingamajig. You know what? Actually, I am just gonna do that. Fab. Oh yeah, people who don't know, people who don't use Unreal, or people who just don't know in general, there used to be the Unreal Marketplace, which is where you would get your, like, paid and free, like, workshop assets to use in your projects and whatnot. But recently, that closed down, and they essentially shifted to a website called Fab, which, like, provides assets not just for Unreal Engine, but also for Unity as well, which is kind of different. Like, you still get, like, your free assets and whatnot every month from there, but, it's a bit odd. But, yeah, anyway. As I was saying, I'm gonna add a random class, or not a random class, I'm gonna add maybe a base class for, like, level objects, or level collectible. Collectibles. We're gonna make a collectibles, thing. A collectibles base class, right. So, we're gonna call it TP underscore collectible base, and I may want to throw that into a so public, and then into a folder called collectible. So collectible slash TP, yeah, right. No. So gonna, and Rider is open. There we go. And Rider is ready to use, and all of that stuff has all been done because, when I moved Unreal, like 5.3.2 specifically, onto my new drive and moved my project on there, I uninstalled and reinstalled Unreal. So in that sense, it broke the Rider link with Unreal, so I had to get it reinstalled, you know, just while I was waiting to go live. And secondly, I uploaded all that I had basically done recently to my GitHub repository, and then I essentially cloned the repository again, got rid of the original like version of it from my hard disk drive, and then just kept the one that was on the new drive. And, you know, it essentially had to re-index everything. Anyway, so now here, public, collectible, so the collectible base. And then we have private collectible base. Right, so I'm quickly adding this as kind of, in a sense, a little bit of future-proofing, but at the same time, this is just to test how quickly things will compile now that I have, you know, moved where everything is. So we're going to add a protected method here. I'm going to call void on collectible. No, wait, it will be a virtual void on collectible pickup, and we'll make it a U function blueprint callable, and then blueprint implementable event. So we can make it either within the source code itself, or we can make it within... Oh. I think it's blueprint native? I might be wrong. Generate definition. So on collectible pickup underscore implementation. Cool. Right. So on collectible pickup, and simply put, UE underscore log will first do essentially print out a simple message, warning, text, and then we'll just whoops, and we'll simply say collectible picked up. And that's basically all that will do for now, because we don't actually have anything deriving from this that we need to essentially do a different thing. We just have this one thing, and I will most likely try and just, you know, test a little thing with a blueprint child of this class, and then make sure things are all in working order and whatnot. I don't know if it will just not work trying to compile the code from here. Then again, I think I need to close the engine, of course, and I need to give it a little bit of a moment to actually process that the engine has or the editor has been closed. But then we're gonna, you know, give it its moment, and then we're just going to give this a go and see how quickly things will compile now. Right, I think this should have been long enough. Right, let's give it all a go. Oh, blueprint native event. Functions must be non-void. Alright, right. That didn't take that long. Okay, so it can't be that. So blueprint call. Hi, this looks too complicated for me to handle. Honestly, understandable. Understandable, Hazard. Right, let's give that another go, because now I actually forgot that I can't have it be virtual if I'm... At the very least, it shouldn't be taking too long to actually compile everything. We'll just see how long this takes. I think also because it's the first time, like, compiling the project since I just redid the entire repository and everything, and reinstalling Unreal onto the drive, it's just gonna take... What error was that? This is from the uncollectible. Implementation is not... Ah, yeah. Right, cool, I need to get rid of that thing at the end as well. That was my fault. There we go. That should actually work now. Okay, there we go. It's actually doing it super quick now. I'm honestly very happy. I'm so happy. Just gonna wait for the engine to load back up, and we'll give this a little bit of test and see, you know, we'll see if this works. It probably will, because it's just a simple little setup anyway, but... But then again, if I may rework this. I may rework how this is, you know, working so I can actually make it a blueprint native. Cool. Right. Gonna make a quick... Ooh. I understand a bit, but most of it is crazy. Honestly, I don't blame you. I honestly don't blame you. To a lot of people, it's just kind of a bit, what does this do? What does this mean? What does, you know, any of these funny words you're speaking mean? But I understand perfectly. I was like that when I was getting into programming as well. So, gonna make a temporary little, so gonna inherit from the TP collectible base, and it's just going to be BP underscore temp collectible. What is this sorcery? This source, yeah. Unreal Engine sorcery, always fun. Right, so we're gonna do the whole thingamajig of do a static mesh, but just make it a cube. Just do it a simple cube. And also gonna drag it into the, because that's a bit too big, so I need to resize it. Because that's looking a little bit too, right. Hopefully this looks better. That's a bit too small now. I think 0.5 would work infinitely better for just, you know, a general kind of size. That's better. Drag that down, and then add a, I'll say a box collision just for testing this. So box, and then resize the box extents. Maybe 100 by 100 by 100, perhaps. Just to play it safe. Even though, you know, literally the only thing I'm doing is to make sure, like, everything was working from that one compile alone. So on component, begin overlap, other actor does implement interface. We'll say player character interface. And branch. So if it does implement this interface, which it most likely will because it will probably be the player overlapping with it anyway, we'll just call on collectible pickup, which was that thing that we defined here. And what it should do is it should just output that message to the output log. So we're going to walk in here, collectible picked up, walk back in there, collectible picked up, so on and so forth. Yep, right. That's working perfectly. Cool. I don't need this here at the moment. This was just a little test thing to make sure that things were working, and also to test how quickly the code would compile, which I am impressed. I am bloody impressed by how quickly it compiles now. That's incredible. Holy shit. Anyway, so some things that I have done in the background a little bit since last Sunday. And I say a little bit because I haven't done too much. If you were here, like if you've been keeping up, if you were here last Sunday, then you would know that I was trying to work out some of the kinks with, you know, using the ladders and whatnot, outside of outlining some other things that I wanted to work on going forward, especially with the player. And to reiterate, with the ladder, like, the player can sort of, like, climb up slowly. Of course, the camera moves slowly. They can move, like, left and right and whatnot. If they move too far outside of the box, then they just fall off. There's no, like, sort of, like, braking for if the player jumps onto the ladder and, you know, it still carries some of their momentum. That's another thing that will need fixing eventually, but the main thing I want to point out is that the one thing that kept happening whenever the player tried to press the jump button to sort of let go of the ladder, what used to happen is that the wall slide detection would still, you know, detect this as a wall to wall jump off of. So it would still, you know, detect wall jump and wall slide off of this thing. So it would just keep sliding along, and because of that, the player wouldn't, you know, drop down off the ladder, and they would essentially get stuck there. And then what would happen is that after the little brief period where, you know, they're unable to sort of climb on the ladder, it would just latch them back onto the ladder. But now, there was some adjustments that I made in the player code that now allows this to be a bit more possible, rather than, you know, causing issues. Though the main problem is that it's still, like, if you're on the ladder, you still just can't just walk backwards to sort of get away from it, which is the main thing I want to fix by going about the more sort of intricate implementation of, you know, ladder climbing and whatnot. Because remember, this whole thing was just the simple solution I chose for the time being to at least make it so that there was this feature present and, you know, it's kind of there. So that is working, and I'll go over how I managed to do this anyway, because it took me a while to figure it out, but after figuring it out, it actually wasn't too bad. I may as well do this again anyway. So right, there we go, and we need to go back into the player. So we'll go to the wall slide. So check for wall slide. So just a moment. Attention's wandering. Oh yeah, no. Now I remember. So, the main thing in both the checking for the wall jump when, you know, the player presses jump, and checking for the wall slide when the player is falling, is that both involve the use of tracers. If, like, this is just me explaining things for people who may not have been keeping up and potentially may not know what the hell I'm going on about. And it's basically just casting a thing from, like, a start point to an end point in order to check for an object, like just a general object, or an object of a given type, or an object that may implement a certain like interface or an object on a specific trace channel, or an object that actually, you know, allows things to be made on a specific trace channel. And what I did is, if we go back into the engine, if we go into edit project settings, and this is like one of the main parts of this, so if we go into collision, in the, like here, right here in trace channels, so you, like, if I go into a blueprint with a static mesh and I look at the collision presets, because this is the main thing. So we have object responses, which correspond to the object channels here, and we have trace responses, which correspond to the trace channels as well, or trace channels correspond to trace responses, and object channels correspond to object responses and whatnot. This doesn't exist by default, and this one doesn't exist by default. All the others are engine-defined ones, and they essentially determine, oh, if you were to sort of fire a trace within a specific channel, like, or if you were to fire a trace, what channels would, like, respond to it in this particular way? Like, would there be a blocking event? Would there be an overlap? Or would it simply just ignore a trace within that, in that instance from that channel, if it was being used within that channel? Or if, you know, there's an object that collides with another object. If one object is, say, a pawn, and the other one is, say, a level object that you shouldn't be able to sort of physically collide with, then setting, like, that object's, like, response to the level object channel to ignore would essentially allow it to pass through it. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that basically allows you to sort of affect how these objects interact with one another, depending on what, you know, object type that they are, in a way. So if we go back into the code, oh wait, no, actually, I need to finish explaining what I did, like, in the project settings. So the one thing that I added was, I mean, first I was adding the level object channel anyway, because, hey, it may be nice for the player to sort of, like, you know, not be able to, like, walk into specific level objects, or have, like, certain entities react to certain objects and whatnot, who knows. But anyway, there is an important file, and I'm not going to show, like, my file explorer, because I don't want people to see that. Like, why should I? Actually, that sounds kind of rude. You know what I mean. I also need to pin the new, project folder pin to quick access, so I can just quickly access that out of, like, with, you know, without having to wait for it to appear on my commonly used for quick access. So open with Notepad. Oh, that's default game. Oh yeah, there we go. Found it. Right. Just a moment, because I'm going to explain this part in order for some things to actually make sense. I also realized that I don't have my add in progress text in any of my other scenes. I'll text add existing add in progress text, and then I'll hide that here, and then I'll add that here too. I also realized I haven't done an art stream for a while. I might do one again at some point, probably sometime soon. Definitely sometime soon, but I'll hide this. Although ad break starts in about a minute or so anyway, so I will, like, depending on where, like, I am, I will need to sort of activate that again anyway. But I'm gonna throw that out into the middle of my normal screen. And this file in particular, this is the default engine INI. There is a lot of, like, Unreal specific things to do with, like shaders and renderer settings and all that jazz and so on and so forth. But not just that, like not just platform settings, but also collision profile settings as well. This is where, like, this is essentially where, like, whatever settings you have, like, I mean, no, actually. It essentially has all the different collision profiles. We have the engine-specific collision profiles too. But, as well as this, we have essentially custom-defined channels which are listed at the bottom here. And depending on when you make them, it will list them as Game Trace Channel 1, Game Trace Channel 2, and so on. And also the ad break's starting in a moment, so I'm going to throw this up here, and I'm going to... Wait, I also realized that that kind of blends in. I'll move this down a little bit. So, ad is in progress. Be right back after this short little break. Going to get a nice drink and also consult my notes again, like my notes of what I want to do, because they are important. Just gonna give it a few moments. Also, I'm kind of surprised that there's ads this early in the stream when, specifically, it's supposed to do it every 60 minutes during a stream. So I don't know why it does it this early. Like, it's crazy. Like, I need to look into that, because that shouldn't be happening. But yeah, no, honestly, super happy with how things are performing now. It honestly, like, just lets me, like, instead of just waiting around for God knows how long, like, how many minutes every single time I need to, you know, close the engine, close Rider, wait for things to compile and everything, it actually lets me just kind of get on with stuff rather than get frustrated every single time I need to wait. So it's sick. It's sick. It makes me happy. I'm pretty pleased with it. And then the next thing, oh yeah, also, because while this is an added benefit of it, it's also like the main reason why I was doing this in the first place was because I was getting this in prep for Monster Hunter Wilds when it releases in February. I just need the GPU now. But yeah, enough about that. Right, welcome back from the ads. Ad break's over. Back to it. Anyway, so as I was saying before the ad break, custom-defined collision profiles. depending on the order that you create them in, will be labeled as Game Trace Channel 1, Game Trace Channel 2, under the E-Collision. E-Collision. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Oh, it's E-Collision Channel. E-Collision Channel. That's what ECC means. That's what ECC means. Okay? Cool. I don't know how I forgot that. But it will be under the E-Collision Channel enum. And it will be Game Trace Channel 1, Game Trace Channel 2, in the order that you make them in. It's not in the order of, like, these ones up here and these ones down here, as far as I'm aware. I haven't tried it. I haven't tested to see if, like, creating one here will just make... Creating one here will make this one 2, and this one will be 3. I think it is definitely... You know what, actually, let's test that theory. I might be entirely wrong. So, we're going to make a new one here. We're just going to call this MISC. And make the default response block. And then we're going to go into the default engine.ini file again. And then if I go down... Yeah, no, it's the order in which they're made. Not like, oh, you know, these ones like go 1, 2, and then this goes 3, 4, or whatever. It is the order in which they're made. So I'm going to get rid of this. I don't need this. This was just a little test. And the reason why it's important to know what the, like what custom channel that particular profile uses is, let's go back into the code. This corresponds to the wall, to basically the wall jump, wall slide, whatever name I gave it layer. And this trace will fire along that trace channel. It won't just use like a generic trace channel. It won't like just do a like along the visibility like trace channel or the visibility like layer or whatnot. It will specifically go for the one found in like along this trace channel. And depending on, like, an object's response to that channel, it will either detect it, or it will, like, overlap with it, or it will ignore it. And the reason why this is important is because if we go into, like, back into the editor, and we go into the ladder, this was, like, the most important part of, like, realizing this. So this counts for both the overlap box and the ladder mesh. But I'm gonna go, like, look at the ladder mesh anyway. So wall channel, that's what it's called. So what I did for any traces along the wall channel, I set it to ignore those. So anything involving wall jumping, the wall slide detection, anything along those lines, it will essentially ignore any traces made along that channel. So if we also go to where I have, like, detecting the wall jump, so, or check for wall jump, yeah, check for, so if we have check for wall jump, that's wall jump, check for wall jump, it is also checking along that same channel. It's also checking along that wall channel, trace channel. And so, because ladder is set to ignore traces made along that channel, when the trace, of course, simply put, when a trace is made along that channel, this object here will ignore it completely. Same goes for the actual ladder mesh itself. We're not on the side of, like, the collision box where, you know, the player is detected as climbing the ladder and they just sort of go up. I also need to sort out, like, because if you have the camera turned to the side, they still only do, like, their horizontal movement on that axis, which is it's a bit tedious, but we'll sort it out. But though maybe that's kind of what you want. Maybe you... Oh wait, no, actually, never mind, it actually does. Anyway, silly me. But anyway, key thing. Because this mesh and also the collision box or the overlap box are set to ignore any traces made along that channel, it won't detect it as a valid object to detect for the wall jump or wall slide. So if I was to try and wall jump off of this, it would just do the air dash. If I try to wait for a wall slide, it just won't do anything. Whereas with this wall, because nothing has been done to this one at all, where the default response to anything done along that channel is to block it instead, it will still do the wall jump, it will still do the wall slide, which is pretty cool. And we still have the directional wall jumps, we still have, you know, air dashes like into a wall slide, and then, you know, wall jump off a wall. We still have, you know, just the slow sliding down the wall, which, you know, having adjusted it during last week's stream, I'm liking how more consistent it is now, and I'm very pleased with that. Anyway, I'll probably touch upon, you know, actually doing the complicated, like, wall, like, ladder climbing stuff in a bit. Because I feel like if I bog myself down with that too much, I will take forever, and it will probably last, like, the entirety of the stream, maybe. And I don't want, you know, to sort of bog things down with that. So, let's look back at my notes. So I'm going to drag them back over. So, of course, new ladder detection. I can do that later. The main thing I want to focus on is player attack interactions. Because if you can remember from last week, if you were here last week, or if you were, like, if you were here last week and you remember, that's good. But if you weren't here last week, or you may have forgotten what I talked about in regards to, like, attack interactions, then that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna probably just sort of illustrate what I was talking about anyway. Probably less so, just as a, like, mini recap type thing. Drawing of my first OC here, I was using it as a reference for a reference sheet that I'm currently trying to work on for them. I haven't finished it entirely yet, but it's getting there. It's taking its shape. Anywho, so last week I was talking about, like, different platforming characters and, like, dependent on the game, and how they have, like, different, like they'll have, like, their standard movement and, like, their jumping and all that jazz, and it skews, like, the squiggly lines because I'm just doing a sort of, like, so kind of thing. But if we were to look at Spyro, Crash, and Mario from 64 in isolation. So Spyro has the charge. Spyro has the, like, the headbutt, like, ground pound thing. And he has, like, breathe fire. Like, we went over this. We went over this stuff last week. Crash has the, like, he has the spin. He has a belly flop. At the very least, second game onwards, if we're talking about Crash further on the series, spin, belly flop, and, like, sliding, because sliding could be used on enemies as well, but also jumping on enemies too. But then Mario has jumping on enemies, and then he also has, like, punches and kicks and stuff. And also ground pounds. I almost forgot ground pounds, which is kind of in the same vein as jumping on enemies. But at the very least, with, like, I'm using Super Mario 64 as a particular example, like, ground pounding at the very least has some uses against, like, ground pound. Like, it has some uses against Womps, where if you ground pound, like, the weak point on their back, then you just defeat them. That's basically it. But my whole point that I was trying to illustrate last week was that among, like, different platforming characters, while, like, any extensions they may or may not have for this, such as invincibility, Super Breath, or Mario's like power-ups in any other given game, or this game in particular, what I was trying to illustrate was that they all have at least 3 options for combat. Or at the very least, they all have 3 options for combat / enemies. Because it may not necessarily be like some long, like, expansive combat system. It may be as simple as they just interact with an enemy, the enemy interacts with them, and so on. And the main thing I was illustrating was because of how many have, like, a common number of different options for it. I said that I wanted to include at least that many common options for the player to sort of be able to take advantage of. And, you know, just kind of, like, if there needs to be anything extra, like power-ups and whatnot, we can do something with gameplay effects. But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. I am kind of getting ahead of myself with that. That's when we actually get into, like, doing, like, proper gameplay ability stuff, because I've only set in a little bit of the framework for it. I haven't properly expanded on things yet. So, that's essentially my point. I want, basically, few simple options for player-to-enemy interactions, so at the moment, what I did last week towards the end of stream, I did adjust the stomp, so when the player ground pounds an enemy, and it took me a bit to actually get it to properly work because of how sphere traces actually detect some objects. It's kind of, it was a bit weird. And at the moment, it doesn't do anything to the enemy. There's no, like, proper, like, health attribute interaction yet. But I am gonna sort of, like, put in some of, like, the interactions for that, maybe? Who knows? But basically, rework the stomp so that eventually, when the time comes, it will be a thing that can defeat enemies if, you know, they allow them to. Or if an enemy has, like, spikes, then it will cancel out the stomp, and they can't, like, you know, just kill the enemy but also get damaged. That would be a bit of an unfair trade-off in my opinion. So, but anyway, we've reworked the stomp so it can act as an attack. At the moment, the player's charge doesn't actually do anything aside from make them faster. If I wanted to have this as an option for, hold on. Oh yeah, no. If I wanted to have charge like the sprinting as like a little charge, just like Spyro does, then the simple thing I could do is that while the player is charging, either a shape trace is being made, which if it was to happen every frame, not really a good idea, because that would not be very performant. It would cause performance issues. The other way, and arguably probably the more suitable way, would be to, when the player starts sprinting, they enable a collision box, and when they stop sprinting, it disables it. And this collision box will have an overlap method assigned to it that when it overlaps with something implementing either the enemy interface or, say, another interface which allows the player to sort of crash into objects, then they do something to it. I may just make it like a charge interface, perhaps. Who knows? Because I don't need it to be like something that's like defined differently in different interfaces. I could just have the one interface and then have things, multiple things where I need it to inherit that. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make quickly another little interface to provide this interaction, just like how the stomp interface works. Though it is kind of weird that now I'm looking back. If we were to look at the stomp, Yeah, check for stomp. Check for stomp target. I have it checking for both instances where the thing implements either the stomp interface or checking for the enemy interface. And I feel like while this was working for test stuff, I don't really think this is necessary. Like, the enemy could also implement the stomp interface. So but then again, I can't remember. Hold on, let me go over stuff within the stomp interface again, because there's things that I have mildly forgotten. So we're gonna go to the declaration or usage. So stomp interface.h, stomp object, f hit result hit, and then in the engine, that's the breakable floor, and that also implements the stomp interface. At the moment, the hit result variable isn't actually used for anything. I know I'm probably going to do that, like, as a thing later on, but whatever. I can do it as another, like, little I mean, the damage enemy method exists there anyway, just as a case of, well, when we actually decide to damage the enemy in any other way, we can use it for that anyway. So, right, I think for now, I'm going to close the editor. And I know I was going to make the interface, but I'm going to make the changes with how the stomping is working for the enemy side of things, because I don't think this needs to be like this at the moment, so, or at all. Not at the moment, at all, I mean. So, we go into grand enemy, TP underscore enemy H, and we also implement the public iStomp interface, and then we go to where all these methods are being overridden. So we go stomp object implementation, UE underscore log temp warning text, and we'll say enemy is being stomped, handle as needed, and we'll do that. And now we need to double check to see if things are still working the way that they should. So just gotta wait for it to build. Hello, heater. And it's done compiling, even though that wasn't much of a change anyway. Even even with small changes before I moved things over to the new drive, it still took an eternity to compile. So this is just instantaneous. I love it. Right, engine's back open again. I know there was stuff that was closed before I closed the engine. I'm aware of this. But anyway, now let's check if the enemy, like stomping the enemy, still works now that I've made those changes. It should do. I hope. But we will see. I did not stomp. Whoops. We will wait. We will wait for it to approach, and then we'll, Okay, that still works. That still works. Cool. So, now that that's all sorted out, we're now going to make another little interface. I really should make a folder within, like, the source folders and, like, call it interactions and then throw, like, the stomp interface in there, but it would take a lot of, like, rejigging and sorting out all the includes to make sure it's actually referencing things properly. So it's going to go into public, it's going to go into interaction, and it's going to be called charge interface. Wait, what do I call the player interface? Hold on. Whoops. What do I call the player interface? Do I just call it TP enemy interface and then player? I don't know how I've managed it. I've managed to be mildly inconsistent with how I've named my interfaces. It's kind of funny, but also not that great. Or just like naming things in general. I don't know how. Consistency is key, and I haven't done a very good job of it. So I'm going to call it TP charge interface. We're not going to recompile yet. Go back into Rider. The interaction folder is there. And now I don't need collectible base open. I don't need the enemy open right now. I will need it open again eventually. Well, I say eventually, probably momentarily actually, but just get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of everything that's currently open. And we'll go into... So first we need the charge interface. And then interaction, the CPP. Even though we won't... I know I said that, like, I believe I said last week during stream that it's actually possible to give, like, a base functionality, like, definition for an interface method. You don't normally do it, but you can do it sometimes. But anyway, in this class, I need it to be a void think object charged. No. Object charged into. And just to use... Oh wait, that's the CPP, not the H file. I'll just look at this. So, blueprint native and blueprint callable, that's what I did. And I didn't add anything else, it was just blueprint native, blueprint callable. So, U function... Whoops. Blueprint native event. Blueprint callable. Cool. Right. That's the main, like, one of the main little bits I needed to do for this. That's literally it for the charge interface. Next, to use as a... No, actually, I need to actually do things on the player side of things first. I need to actually adjust the player character now if we're doing this. So, TP player character, and I should also probably close the engine. So at the very least, when I'm done making all these little changes, then I can just immediately compile and have done with it. So gonna need to, I'm gonna make a little section, or not a little section, but I'm gonna say so it's gonna be a new box component. It needs to be, I need to forward declare this, right? So head up here, class new box component, so I don't need to include the H file here, because otherwise if I do that, then it will just increase how much needs to be like compiled by anything inheriting from this, so it's less of a hassle. If I just forward declare it here and actually complete it in the CPP file. So U box component, and this needs to be a pointer. This is just going to be called player charge overlap box, and then in the constructor, we'll create sub object here. So player charge overlap box equals create default sub object U box component, and then text charge overlap. And then we need to actually set the root component. So player charge box charge overlap box. Whew, sorry about that. Oh god. Set up attachment. We'll say root component, because otherwise if I don't, then it just kind of stays in one area of like the world rather than being attached to the player, and that's kind of silly. It needs to be attached to the root component. So begin play is where are you? Begin play. Right, what I need here. Right, that's setting up all like curves and stuff. Bind callbacks to delegates. Now this will just look like I'm saying some magic voodoo shit. I'm trying to remember what specifically I need to... I'm actually gonna go look at another project that I did, or another, like, a tutorial that I worked on, so I can actually remember what I need to do for this. Because it's been a while since I've had to do something like this, and as a result, I cannot remember. So Unreal project, gonna look at the one learning project I'd been following for the longest time. Source. And if we go into open with Notepad. The collision enabled. I need to actually look at this thing's H file as well, because I need to actually look at the function signature for it. Cool. Right, I'll just keep that on the... I'll keep that on the second monitor, but I'll keep it in a way that I can actually still see chat. Because I don't want to, you know, block chat with this. So I need to make a protected. Where is the protected section? The protected section is up here, and I also need to make sure, yeah, that's still in the same place. Cool. Right, H file. I need to make... Also, I made a note for when I eventually get to implementing the more complicated solution for the ladder checking and whatnot. just for, like, just some idea that I was throwing around in my head that I think should work, but not entirely sure yet, but we'll see. But we get a U function, because it needs to have the U function macro to actually be assigned to it. So we're going to call it charge box overlap, and this specifically needs a U primitive component pointer. So the overlapped component, a actor, which is just the actor object, so the other actor that is, you know, overlapping with this thing. U primitive component pointer, the other component, so the component that was overlapped with from the other object. Overlapped component is the component on, like, the object that this is, like, being triggered from. That's overlapped. So in this case, it would be the box. Other component would be whatever component that we've somehow overlapped with on the enemy object, if it wasn't, like, you know, like, if it was checking for a specific, like, object channel or object response or whatever. Or other comp is what it would normally be called. Int 32 other body index. I'm not 100% sure on what other body index is. Ball B from sweep is another thing I'm unsure of. And then const f hit result reference sweep result. Oh, I misspelled that. And we need this method because we need to bind this this is essentially acting as a delegate function, which will be called when the overlap is made. So if we go to charge, oh wait, if we go to begin play again, because I need to charge box. So if we do that, I will now get the actual thing up. I need to essentially, oh, sorry about that. Player charge overlap box dot, no, not dot, it has to be this for pointers. So on component, oh, begin overlap dot add dynamic, and first we get the object, so it will be this object. Rather than any other object, it's normally just itself that's, you know, added as the user object. And then we get the method as a reference. So ATP underscore player character charge box overlap. And then by default, we can also set the collision presets for the charge box too. So set charge box collision presets, because by default we want it to not, like, overlap with anything, because otherwise if we were to leave it as it is, then if we were to just walk into an enemy, it would just detect them, you know, and we can't just, and it would just be a hassle if we were to say, oh, if it overlaps with the enemy, but, you know, it will only do a thing if the player is sprinting. Oh, what have you done? Set collision enabled. No collision. Ugh. I fear you have done something. Tiger does not like the sling. Oh no. Oh no. How could you not like the slingy? Though to be fair, it's a lot of rattling, so it may not do good for them. Player charge overlap box, and we're going to, we could also set collision response to all channels, and we can do E collision response ignore, and then we can enable it for a specific channel. So player charge overlap box set collision response to channel, and then we can say ECC underscore pawn. So for the pawn object channel, a lot of rattling and movement that confuses their tiny minds. That is understandable. We have E collision channel pawn, and then we have ECR overlap. Yes, Heater? What has happened? I am making a pawn. No. No. I didn't think I would stoop to this. But anyway, for the charge box collision presets, we set it to no collision by default, so it's not like, oh, the player can just walk into the enemy and trigger a thing when they're like walking around, so it'll just not do anything. Then we set it to ignore all other channels, especially like the camera channel, if we wanted to rotate the camera around the player and not have it like act funny with it. And then we set the thing's response to the pawn object channel to be just overlap, so it only triggers overlap stuff. So now, so where is sprint? So set interrupt movement speed, B is sprinting. I need to say B is sprinting so I can find, yep, B is sprinting equals true. So we say, I could just make a method for this rather than like write the same line but with a different outcome in, just to sort of make it a little bit more. So void set charge box collision, and then bool B enable collision. And this, simply put, will just say player charge overlap box set collision enabled, and we'll say B enable collision. Oh, whoops. And we'll say I need, oh god damn it, I've forgotten all the other ones. I know. Set collision. Alright, E collision enabled. E collision enabled. So if it's set to true, so query in physics. Otherwise, E collision enabled. No collision. Cool. And if you're wondering what the hell I just did here, because it looks like I just strung things together. Basically, this is what is called a ternary statement. Which basically means, if I was to make a comparison here, so if I was to say, is this true? Because normally if you were to say, like, oh, put the exclamation mark at the start of this, you're checking if this is false. So if B enable collision is true, then we will set, like, the collision to be enabled. Like, don't mind this query and physics stuff, it just means that this is properly enabled. Otherwise, this colon then also means, like, if this is not the case, so if, in this case, it's not true, if it's false, then we'll just say that the collision is not enabled anymore. If UKIS met system library does implement interface, other actor, UTP charge interface, static class, and then we'll say ITP charge interface, execute object charged into, and we'll say other actor. So this method, as I said, is bound to where I can't find where begin players. I really need to properly organize things so it's a bit more readable. It's readable for me, but for other people, when I'm trying to explain it to them, it's kind of not. It's not very friendly. It's a bit scary. There it is. Found it. So here, when we're binding, like this on component begin overlap, this is a callback. So when this box overlaps something, whatever is bound to it, like whatever is bound to this callback, this will essentially call it. In this case, the charge box overlap method is called. And of course, this only happens when this thing's collision is enabled. So of course, when, as I've just done, when the player is sprinting, it will be enabled. When they're not sprinting, it will be disabled. I also did not actually put that method into the thing, so whoops. B is sprinting is true, so set charge box collision true, and then this needs to have set charge box collision false. Okay, so when the player is sprinting, this will be called with true passed into it. When the player is not sprinting, when they stop sprinting, this is called with false passed into it. And this determines whether or not this is enabled or if this whole collision is disabled. When it's enabled with query and physics, then that overlap method will fire. And then when the overlap method is called, we're basically checking, does the object we're charging into actually implement this interface? If we're overlapping into it, does it implement this interface? If it does, it will execute the object charged into method as it is implemented on that object. If it doesn't, then we just basically don't do anything with it. We don't do anything with it at all, and we just kind of go about our day. Anyway, I need to check a thing. So did that stomp object implementation. Gosh. Anyway, oh, sorry about that. So now we have public ITP charge interface, and we're going to override the object charged into method. So we get the implementation here, and we're going to say UE_log temp warning text enemy has been charged into. And that's basically it. That should be it. Oh, I need to actually have the semicolon. Right. Anyway, so going over things again. In the charge interface, we have the object charged into method. The charge interface is inherited by objects that we want the player to sort of break through when they charge into it with their sprint, but also enemies in general, because we want them to sort of react to the player charging into them by being defeated and whatnot. So we do that. Then on the player side, we made this player charge overlap box where in the constructor we just, you know, create this as a component. When we compile, it will just appear on the player object. We can move and resize it as and when we need it. Then when the game begins, we bind the charge box overlap method to the on component begin overlap. So when this box overlaps any object at all, it will call this method. But then we also adjust the preset so that it starts off just like with no collision enabled at all. Collision is entirely disabled. Then we say ignore all the collision channels, and then we set the pawn channel to basically overlap with it, so we can get overlap events on that channel. Then in the player sprinting methods, which are called when the player presses sprint and also releases sprint, it's further up, isn't it? Sprint. Yeah, player sprint. There we go. So when the player starts sprinting, we will enable the box's collision. When the player stops sprinting, we will disable the box's collision, and as I said, if this is true, then we'll get this side of the statement, so we'll just enable the collision. If this is false, then we'll get this side of the statement where we'll just say there's no collision. However, when we actually overlap with an object, so when this overlap method is called, we check if the other actor within this overlap, so most likely being the enemy, we'll check if they implement the charge interface. If they do, or not just the enemy, but also other objects that we can charge into. If they can be charged into, if it does implement the interface, we'll call the method. And in the enemy's case, we just I don't know what that means. Weird. We basically say, at the moment, we just have this statement that's printing out to basically say, oh, the enemy has been charged into. Something is happening here. And that's basically what has been changed. So now that I've gone over things, so I need to check. Cannot resolve get compiled time verbosity. Cannot resolve symbol is that's weird. Well, that shouldn't be too much of a problem, I hope. If somehow things are broken, then that's weird. I haven't done anything to break anything, I believe. Seems to be no problem so far. There we go! And it compiles within the flash! Oh, every single time. That's gonna get me so much. I can get on with so much more now. Right, so the engine's back open again. And now if we go into the player's blueprint, yep, charge overlap. So if we go into the viewport, charge overlap is just the box there. I also forgot one key thing. I forgot to make it God, I forgot to add a U property for it. Whoops. So I knew there was something I was missing. It's mainly the thing that actually makes it possible to edit the properties of the box within the editor rather than just doing it by code. So whoops, U property edit. I'll do edit anywhere, and then blueprint read only. I'm guessing this says can only be used on private members unless I actually. To be fair, I just need it as an edit anyway. I don't need it to be read by the blueprints at all, which is or read or written to by the blueprints at all. That's only if I'm actually using the blueprint code to actually change things. And that's not always applicable in every instance. So and compiles. What I find interesting, also switch back to the editor now and go back into the player blueprint. So this should be editable now. Yep, player charge overlap box. And now we can actually move it about and reduce its size as much as we need to. I think it doesn't need to be like a large box. It just needs to be a thing that's like at the front. That just about works. And I know it probably isn't needed like the entire length, like the entire height of the player, but we'll just do this anyway. Like, maybe just ever so slightly, like, smaller, so, 76, no, maybe 70, just so that it doesn't actually, like, collide with the floor in case we have, like, stomp up, though it is dependent on, like, the interface and whatnot. It's not like you can just, you know, charge into a thing that's, like, a stompable floor, but yeah, so this exists now, and anyway, as I was saying, the one thing I'm finding interesting, because the Game Awards is next week, or the Game Awards is happening on Thursday, and for some reason, because I know they had Gonzo at the Game Awards one year, and that was a pretty fun thing, but I find it crazy how Statler and Waldorf, like the hecklers from the Muppets, are going to be like there as presenters for the Game Awards as well. And I like all of the posts that people are making, you know, out of this. Like, things that they think that they would say at the Game Awards. And honestly, I don't find it inaccurate. I find it fairly accurate. But the Game Awards, it's gonna be an interesting time this time around, I feel, because I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of, like, a bit vapid, in a way. It's kind of a bit vapid in a sense, because I swear, I shit you not, years and years ago, like, DLC was not, like, a thing that could be elected for Game of the Year. Like, expansions could not be elected, like, could not be voted as Game of the Year. They could not be nominated as Game of the Year. But now, somehow, the rules changed this year, just so Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree can be there. And I'm not knocking Elden Ring. I love Elden Ring. I haven't played the expansion yet. I haven't had the chance to. You know, despite having owned it for a good few months. But I feel like, in terms of being, like, nominated Game of the Year, Elden Ring had its time 2 years ago. You didn't need to change the rules of the Game Awards just so you could get it back in there. And so it could just win everything else above everything, like, that's already there. When there are quite a few, like, deserving, like, candidates for Game of the Year, and it kind of sucks. Though, one thing I will say, though, like, I am super happy that Balatro is there amongst, like, Game of the Year, like, nominees, because it's insane how much of a cultural impact Balatro kind of has had since it released. How many streamers talk about it, how many people have made things based on Balatro, like memes and everything. and how much Balatro is still kind of talked about, and the fucking number of collabs that Balatro has gotten since, like, it was only released like a good few months ago, like earlier this year, but it's gotten so much out of it already. It's crazy. It's so goddamn crazy. Anyway, I need to charge into this enemy and see if this works. Okay, so that's not working. That doesn't seem right. So let's... Also, ad breaks are just starting. I'm going to put that there. And while this ad break is running, I'm going to take a quick little break. I will be back momentarily. I won't be too long. Hang tight. And ad break's over. Cool. Gonna go for probably Metropolis's theme from Spyro 2. We'll go for that for like the next hour and a half or so. But Anyway, so doing extra little test bits, for some reason it's not working. I don't know if it's how big I've made the, thing. Like, I have attached it to the root component. It should be moving along with the player. I need to double check that at the very least, because if it's not moving along with the player, so BP, player, go details, go to player charge overlap box. No, actually, better way of checking it. Where is player charge overlap box? Where's rendering? Right, hidden in game. So it won't be hidden in game. Right, so it is there. Is it? It might be an issue of how large it is. No, but... But it should definitely be overlapping with the enemies. You know, because it's not like it's a thing that's actually blocking it. It's... That shouldn't have happened. He got sent flying, he's gone. But anyway, this is kind of an issue. So we're going to go back into the code and see what's going on. Going to go back into the player character. We're going to go into charge box overlap. We're going to see if this is actually being called at all. So UE log temp warning text charged into object, because this might be the same case that we had with the Hickamajigs, the shape traces for stomping on the enemy. It might be having that same problem. So I'm first going to check whether or not this is actually being detected. If it is being detected, then it might be how I'm checking, like, to make sure that the interface is actually being implemented. So... And if this doesn't print out into the console, then it means nothing is, you know, actually appearing at all. Like, nothing is actually being registered at all. So it may be that how I'm doing things is not working. I also need to actually make sure that... Also, switch to the engine first, and also make sure that... Right, so... Okay, so that's not working. Right, so that method's not being called at all. I could also check the collision profile of the... Right, so if we go into... Player charge overlap box. So if we look at the collision presets... So pawn is set to overlap, but no collision is enabled. Collision is enabled, so... But it's just that method's not being called, so... Right, so something's happened here. Right. Back into the code, close the engine. I mean, it also could be a matter of, like the object channel the thing's on. I'm just going to reopen the project quickly just to see what object channel they're on and sort of see if they need adjusting at all. It probably will be. It probably will need adjusting, but you never know. Either I have something right there or I have something wrong there. You never know. You know, it's just a toss of the, it's just a flip of the coin at this point. Right, so if I was to go into... Do I have it open in the... Yeah, I do. I have it set to right. So if we go into ground enemy, because that's the one we're actually using. And we go into the capsule component. Oh yeah, I set it to physics body, not pawn. Right, first things first, I'm going to set it to pawn. And then I'm going to test two things. Two things I need to test. I also can't remember if, like... Oh yeah, no, they're both the temp ground enemy. I didn't make a separate enemy type for the coward one. Right, so two things I need to test. So... Oh wait, why did I do that? Oh, whoops. Right, I didn't check. Was that work? Yeah, enemy is being stomped. Now if we crash into it, charged into object. Perfect. Enemy is... Right, so it wasn't an issue in the code. It was an issue with how I had the object set because I was trying to... I was adjusting things to make sure the stomping was working, and because of that, I forgot to change things back to how they should have been. Anyway, that kind of works now. It will detect the player charging into them, which is sick. One thing that I want to also do is, in this case, at the moment, since like there's nothing like properly like set for like in like what happens after a charge, like it would probably just be like knocking the enemy back, having them land, but at the same time disabling the ability for their behavior trees to sort of respond in a way, or you know, having it so that it's kind of like set to a default one that's for like, oh, the enemy is dead now, and then knock them back and then destroy them, probably, maybe, who knows. But for the time being, I simply want to just go into the code and adjust it so that the enemy is destroyed when they're charged into. So object, to be fair, I'd probably make a uniform method for this as well. So is this public? This is public. We've got private, protected. Yeah, protected, void, destroy enemy. And then here we'll just say destroy. And this simply just destroys this object. And now when and then, oh wait, no, destroy enemy. And I know I could just call destroy, but I do like having a specific thing, just in case I need to do anything more specific with an enemy. So having a defined method for this makes it so I can just sort of tweak what will happen within that method, rather than just clogging this method full of stuff, and then, you know, just having destroy happen, all of that. Okay, right. Compile's done. Stuff's open again. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was destroying. I was like having it destroy the enemy when they're right. Cool. I just lost my attention and lost my thoughts for a moment, and now I remembered. So if we charge into this enemy here, they're gone. And then if we stomp this enemy, they are also gone. So now these actions actually, you know, destroy the enemies rather than, you know, just saying, oh, they're doing a thing. It's actually doing stuff now. It's actually destroying the enemies. So that's cool. That's two important things in terms of like player-enemy interactions, or at the very least, player interacting with the enemy that I wanted to get done during the stream. So pat myself on the back. That's pretty good. Now, the last thing I want to do with the player is, of course, I do want it to be, let me think. Oh yeah, whether or not I want them to have, like, a ranged attack, or if I want them to have a close ranged attack. Like, we already have, charging for, like, a close ranged attack. And I guess, in a way, I'd want it to be, like, a projectile kind of throwing thing. Whether or not I want that to be where the player can either just tap to throw it and also hold to, like, angle it, or if I just want it to just be a tap to throw, hold to throw kind of thing, I don't know. But, you know, actually, that's kind of that's an idea I should note down. So I'll probably make it a long-range attack, you know, because you get a little bit of, like, creativity if you want to make something that you can aim. So, long-range attack. And then we say... either tap to throw and hold to aim, or just press and throw. Aiming may add probably variety and strategy, mostly those reasons. So that's what I want to do for that. However, there's a little thing I want to add first that I can use basically in a lot of places within this game, and this will be used like when we properly actually implement like gameplay effects, because I have, as I said earlier, the basic framework for it implemented within the project, but at the moment it's not properly used anywhere because, as you know, still fairly early stages and has been lingering in the early stages for the longest time, because, you know, lack of like focus, lack of direction and stuff. Right, so we will want to start doing stuff like, so I'll make a blueprints, well, I'll make a folder for the gameplay effects, because they're basically a blueprint, but it's not at the same time. Gameplay effects. And I don't know where it appears. Oh wait, no, I need to make it a blueprint class and say gameplay effect. I would call it GE underscore applied damage. And a gameplay effect blueprint looks very different by comparison because there's no, like, viewport or anything. There's, like, an event graph for stuff to happen, but nothing... stuff can be done with it. Like, stuff can be done with, like, the gameplay effects. I get the effect context, effect from active effect handle, and so on and so forth. So... gameplay effects are important in the gameplay ability system because it allows, like, different effects to be applied to an object, such as, like, applying damage, applying healing, applying a buff, applying something periodically over, like, a period of time, or permanently applying something throughout the duration of a game's runtime. A good example of this, if I was to go into Clip Studio, because I do want to illustrate this and take time to talk about it, because I am still kind of learning this stuff, and if I want to, you know, get better at memorizing it, I do want to kind of explain things so I have a better handle on it myself, I guess. That's my main point. That's the main thing I want to do. I want a really good handle on this stuff. So, for example, a good example of something that would be applied permanently, like, so in this case, like, by applied permanently, I mean, gameplay effects have a couple of duration policies. They have instant, which happens basically instantaneously. It just happens, like, in a flash. Just like that. I don't know if this is coming through. Hold on. It is. Right. I just had to check if me snapping my fingers was coming through. But anyway, so instant gameplay effects will apply, well, instantly. Infinite gameplay effects will always be applied. It will last forever. It will not stop unless it is just removed manually. And you can remove an infinite gameplay effect manually by just saying remove this gameplay effect. However, there is also has duration. And has duration essentially means, like, the duration of this effect, it will just be specified by a magnitude. So what that basically means is that you can set it to, like, a number of seconds, and the effect will last for that number of seconds. And whatever you want the gameplay effect to do, so for example, I don't know if I actually have any, like, right, so modifiers is the important part of it. So what a modifier is basically what attribute is affected by a gameplay effect. So I don't think I actually properly... I did. TP attribute set. I did make a health and a max health. So for example, say that this gameplay effect, like, adds to the health. Say that this adds to the player's health. So say that there's, like, a pickup that the player gets, and it essentially adds to, like, adds onto their health. So a modifier magnitude is basically the value of that modifier. So for example, if you had an object that, you know, increases the player's health, you would just say that and you add 1 point of health, because if we're going off of, like, Spyro's rules for health, or just any other platform's rules for health, then, like, gaining health is just like adding 1 extra hit point. We just add 1. And on the contrary, like, reducing health would be setting the float magnitude to -1. If we wanted something to do, like if we wanted to completely override, like, say, if we were just changing the max health to something new, then we would set override. If we wanted to multiply how much health the player has, or divide how much they have, I don't know what invalid does. I don't know. But for this one, we definitely say, like, applied damage will just, you know, add -1, so that reduces the player's health by 1. But I was explaining, like, I was explaining the duration policies before I just got on with explaining, you know, literally anything else with it. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, what was I... Oh yeah, no, now I remember. Right, so explaining duration policies because I was talking about, like, oh, a good example of a gameplay effect that would be applied constantly. Though this does kind of involve, like, explaining another thing, but I'll just explain it in brief. I won't go into it fully, but as I was saying, a good example of a gameplay effect that would be applied basically the entire time you're playing a game is, for example, you have an RPG or an MMORPG or whatnot, and you have... So basically, you have vital attributes. You have vigor, you have strength, you have intelligence, and you have resilience. Those would be your 4 vital attributes, your 4 primary attributes. So these would be primary attributes. Sorry about that. And you'd only set these, like initially you would only set these once. You wouldn't have these, like, constantly, like, these attributes constantly applied. You would just apply, like, an override for, like, these ones on a particular character or player, like, at the start of a game. But what you would need to factor in is secondary attributes, for example. So these secondary attributes, like, a thing with attributes in, like, gameplay effects and, the gameplay ability system, which this whole thing surrounds, is that you can have attributes that derive from the values of other attributes put into a calculation to sort of, like, multiply it by a certain amount, and based on that certain amount, that affects another attribute. So, for example, you have max health. You have max health and health. Which, max health is basically involving, like, vigor times, like, say, like, 1.5 plus 2, for example. That would be a calculate, because you can make a calculation that you involve a certain attribute in, and you can set the value of an attribute to be that calculation. That's a thing you can do with gameplay effects as well. You can use calculations to set values. And then you would set health to, like, initially to be max health, like, at the start of the game, for example. But you wouldn't set that all the time when... You wouldn't have that set constantly, so just kind of ignore this kind of thing here. But say max health, max mana, defense, armor pierce, and etc. all basically fall under this bubble of secondary attributes. And these secondary attributes derive from the primary attributes. And with an infinite gameplay effect, you can basically constantly have it so that these secondary attributes will just constantly be, like, applied as different values, like, depending on whether or not there's been changes to, like, the primary one. So if you increased vigor, then the max health would just already be increased by default. You wouldn't have to run another calculation or another method for changing that, because that effect is being applied infinitely and it's constantly depending on that one attribute. Then once vigor increases, max health increases. Once intelligence increases, max mana increases, and all that jazz. There's a lot more to explain, but I don't want to have to explain absolutely everything to everyone, because you may not want to... You either may not want to hear it, or you may not understand. It's either one of those, but if you ever want to sort of listen to me drone on about, or sort of ramble on about this would be fun. But yeah, as I was saying, good example of an infinite gameplay effect being applied to an object is essentially overriding these all the time, and then it easily makes it so you don't have to keep running a method whenever, like, any one of these, like, basic primary attributes is changed. It will automatically just be applied within the infinite gameplay effect when, say, Vigor is increased for max health, or Strength is increased for damage, or Resilience is increased for, like, defense or armor pierce, or so on and so forth, which is super useful. And even then, you can have secondary attributes that derive from other secondary attributes as well, which is pretty damn cool. But anyway, we're not going to get into that level of complexity for this project. We're only really, like, concerned with stuff like health and whatnot. And even then, we probably may not actually need to do a, like, a thing with any, like, attributes at all for health and whatnot. We could just kind of, we could forego that. But I feel like it would be nice to, you know, apply it to this project because it would be nice to show off, in a way. But yeah, so applied damage. This is essentially just a simple gameplay effect that basically says, oh, when this gameplay effect is applied, it's applied instantly, so it's not applying over, like, a period of time. But let's see what happens if I was to say, oh wait, not infinite, has duration. So, duration magnitude. Oh yeah, no, now I remember. So, duration magnitude. Duration magnitude is simply, this is how long the duration of this effect lasts if it's an effect that has a duration. So, for example, if I was to set it to, say, 5 seconds, that would just be happening over 5 seconds. Then, also within this, there is period. And what period defines is essentially how periodic over this duration of this gameplay effect will this effect be applied. So, for example, this may apply over 5 seconds, but if you want to only apply the actual effect for, like, every 1 second during these 5 seconds, then it will just, like, every second it will just say, oh, this hurts the player. Another second passes, let's hurt the player, and so on and so forth. There's also another little toggle here, so execute periodic effect on application, I believe. Yeah, so execute periodic effect on application. So if you have it occurring periodically during the duration, you can have the option to basically say, well, if the effect has just been applied, just apply the effect now, and then also, like, wait periodically as well. If you have that ticked, and say, for example, you have it set as a duration for 5 seconds, and you have it, like the period for each, like, the periodic effect be applied every 1 second for 5 seconds, that would be a total of 6 times it would be applied. Same would go for if you had a duration of 2.5 and you want it to happen every 0.5 seconds, but you still apply it on application. That would be a total of 6 times it's applied, because you have the extra 1 plus the 5 times that it would just apply anyway. But we're not interested in whether or not it has a duration or whether or not it's infinite. Infinite still kind of has the period sort of thing, so if you set that to 0, then... oh, wait, that's 0.49. If you set this to 0, all this stuff disappears, but if you have a period that's, like, greater than 0, then it will actually check whether or not you want to toggle it on application and all that jazz. But we're not interested in this stuff. We only want instant. We only want it to just apply instantaneously, just once, and whatnot. So that's all we want for this gameplay effect. Now, I'm only placing this here essentially for future reference, for future proofing and stuff, because, you know, having this here for the future, when I properly need it, is very helpful. It will be very useful just to have this on hand for when I properly need it, and I will likely, most definitely need it in the future, because it is gameplay effects as a whole are pretty powerful in terms of how you may use them, how you may construct them, where they can be used, how often they can be used, and all that jazz. They have a lot of uses. They have a lot of ways in which they can be used, and they're pretty useful. They're essentially a very important part of the gameplay ability system. Oh yeah, there's also another bit which is probably going to be very important if I intend on making a good, like, tutorial space for the player. And that's these components. So it's either the asset tags. Oh yeah, it's the target tags. So the main thing I want to sort of point out, which is probably one of the most important parts of, like, the gameplay ability system, is the ability to apply tags to other objects through gameplay effects. So not only can you adjust, like, and alter attributes based on things that happen within, you know, that gameplay effect or whatever you want it to target for an attribute, but you can also have a certain effect apply certain tags to a certain object. So, for example, we don't have any tags, like, properly yet. We haven't made any, but we will eventually. But say, for example, you have a whole slew of gameplay tags that are associated with the different abilities that the player has, and you want to unlock them bit by bit as they progress through the tutorial. So you want to teach them, like, basic movement, basic, like, jumping. You want to then teach them, you know, how to charge, how to wall jump, how to air dash, how to wall slide, how to just attack, and everything along those lines. When you have, like, say, like, a certain bit of dialogue finish, you could essentially say, oh, after this certain line of dialogue finishes, apply this gameplay effect to the player, where it applies this tag to the player. And here's the thing, with instant tags, instant effects, with instant effects, you're normally doing, like, permanent changes. And I know I did explain, like, with the example of, like, having an infinite gameplay effect that's constantly being applied to, say, secondary attributes using primary attributes as a base. But infinite and duration-based gameplay effects are normally used when you don't want something to be permanent. So, for example, you just have an infinite gameplay effect anyway for, say, damage over a given period, like, a given period of time whilst the player is, say, standing in a fire, for example, or standing in, like, poison, like, gas, or within toxic sludge or something like that. It would essentially do that, like, infinitely over the period of time while that effect is active. And it would be, as I said, you can remove an infinite effect. You would essentially remove that when the player leaves, like, that little effect area. But, with instant effects, you normally definitely use them for, like, permanent changes to an effect. So, for example, damaging the player, restoring their health, reducing their mana, restoring their mana, and so on and so forth. You're essentially using that for, like, permanent changes. And that's kind of also the case with, like, applying it to say, in an RPG, primary attributes. But in the case of an instant effect, it can also be used to just apply a target, like, apply a gameplay tag to a target object that you want it to basically keep. And in this case, for example, we would instantly apply this effect, which would add the tag to be able to use the stomp. That's another way in which we can use gameplay effects to apply tags. Hell, you can do both at the same time. Like, you can have the components, you can have the modifiers. Executions, I'm a bit unsure of. I don't know. Oh, so you can have a calculation class, which runs when the gameplay effect executes. However, you can have another or additional gameplay effects that execute if the execution of this one is successful. If no execution class is selected, then these will always apply. And then this requires an effect class and requires a source tag. Okay, right. I haven't probably gotten into into that part of the gameplay ability system for gameplay effects in the course that I'm following. I haven't probably gotten there as of yet, but you know what? It is definitely something to look at because it can be pretty helpful in the long run. So something to keep in mind for the future. So anyway, now that I've gone over the basics of this stuff, I'm gonna get rid of that because I'm not wanting to apply any tags with this effect. I am simply wanting to apply damage with this effect. And as I said, we're not gonna use it yet. Hell, you know what? I think, as a sort of little future-proofing thing, it would be nice to actually create the tags that we want to sort of apply to the player during the tutorial, or if they want to just sort of skip things, then it essentially would be like Banjo-Kazooie in that case, where as you go to each little area of Spiral Mountain and you progress with Bottles' tutorials, or in general when you find Bottles in levels where he teaches you new abilities, you can't do things unless you've spoken to him about that particular ability, and then once you've spoken to him about it and he's taught you how to use it, then that becomes permanently unlocked. I'd essentially like to do that where, as you go to, different areas within the tutorial, you learn bit by bit. Or if you want to just say, screw it, skip the tutorial, you just have all the, basic ones unlocked by default. Which I think would be pretty cool. So we're going to go into, I believe it's project settings. I might be wrong. It's definitely not editor preferences. So gameplay tags. That is, gameplay effect parents. So data-driven way of specifying common gameplay effect classes that are accessible through file. Oh, okay. Not going to bother with that. So oh yeah, no, now I remember. Right. So if we add or handle collapse, or if we add a gameplay tag, so we can name it player abilities dot. So, say for example, I mean, I doubt you'd want, I mean, you could. It would be kind of weird, but you could. So, say for example, we have player abilities.sprint. You must specify a source file for gameplay tags. It will be default gameplay tags.ini. And then in the comment, we'll say determines whether the player's ability to sprint and charge into enemies and obstacles alike So we have player abilities, and then we have a sub tag called sprint. So if I wanted to add another one, so player abilities dot stomp, as long as I have that same root tag, and then I add the dot, and then add like the name of that particular tag, then this will still be filed under here, which is pretty nice. So player abilities dot air dash, and then player abilities dot attack. Okay, sorry about that. I got distracted. I was checking a thing. So we've got air dash, attack, sprint, stomp for basically just showing an example of like tags that could be applied. This isn't the only way to create gameplay tags. There are other ways of doing it, but this is like doing it manually is the safe way of doing it. Though you can do it via data tables too. Which is a pretty neat way of doing things, but so we got the air dash, we got the attack, we got the sprint, and we got the stomp, because that would essentially file as a charge ability. So let me think. I guess in a way I could also say climbing ladders could be locked, because Spyro 2 did this, which is kind of funny, because we're listening to Spyro 2 music right now. But to give you a little bit of context, so in Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, there is a character named Moneybags. Moneybags is essentially the biggest cheapskate you could know within the Spyro series, because he will essentially extort Spyro out of a mass number of gems, either to let him cross a certain point, to actually activate a door, to activate platforms that Spyro would need to use to get across a certain gap, or, you know, do other stuff. That's basically what Moneybags does. He's essentially just EA back before EA became so much worse. Back before EA became what they are nowadays. He was essentially microtransactions before they existed. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, what Moneybags did in Spyro 2, not only would he gatekeep like certain like pathways and certain like level entries and whatnot, he would also gatekeep abilities behind, like he would essentially paywall them. He would paywall abilities behind having to pay him gems. And like one of these is the ability to swim, the other is the ability to climb ladders, which is why I said it would be funny if I also, like for the tutorial, decided, hey, let's prevent the player from climbing the ladder or climbing ladders until they have the gameplay tag granted to them, which could be kind of a dick move, but also it could be insanely funny to do. So, you know, we'll add it as a tag, but we may not use it. So player abilities dot ladder climbing, or just climbing. So climbing as an ability, right. I'm going to quickly go on a quick little bathroom break. I know it's not ad break time yet, but I'll be back in just a quick little second. I won't be too long, just hang on tight, and I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Right, so we were doing the gameplay ability tags, or the gameplay tags. But they are technically the ability tags because they are the player abilities tags. But anyway, of course, in order to apply a specific tag to a specific, or a specific tag for a specific ability, there would need to be like a separate, like, there would need to be a separate effect for each one applying a specific tag to the player. Right, so we'll sort this here. We're just going to call this combat because we're gonna enjoy, you know, organizing things, and then we're just gonna call this player abilities. We're gonna make another gameplay effect. So GE_unlock unlock GE_unlock. So we'll start with the air dash. So GE_unlock air dash, and this one, simply put, just unlocks the air dash. This is all you want or need it to do. And simply put, we just take this, it's going to be an instant, we go into the components, we choose the target tags gameplay effect component, and we just add tags, we add the air dash tag, and that's basically it. It's as simple as that in terms of like defining the effects, but in terms of applying it, it takes a little bit of, it's a little thing that you have to do to actually apply them. But I'm essentially going to do this for all of the tags that we defined within the project settings. So I'm going to duplicate this, so unlock, climbing, duplicate, unlock, sprint, duplicate this, unlock, air dash, stomp. Okay, so now I'm noticing, it's kind of weird that, like, as stream was starting, it was like 20 minutes or so until, like, an ad break happened, and now it happens every hour, and that's strange. Like, why is it just not happening every hour? So unlock stomp, and I should also check the project settings to see gameplay tags. So we've got air dash, attack, climbing, sprint, stomp. So we've got air dash, climbing, sprint, stomp, and then I just need to add the attack one as a gameplay effect. So duplicate, unlock, attack. Cool. And then we're just gonna go into these individually, and then just adjust the component, the target tag component, to apply the correct tag. So instead of this, it's going to be attack. So that for attack for attack. Climbing for attack. And also you can apply more than one. Well, yeah, no, you can apply more than one. And I guess in a way, you could do that for the, like, just automatically unlocking everything if you decide to skip the tutorial. So I could add that one as well. So sprint. And then go in here, unlock stomp. And then when these are applied, this is just, you know, applying those tags. And then in the code itself, when we're trying to use specific abilities, we would check if the player has those tags. And if they do, then those abilities are unlocked, and it essentially just, you know, allows them to use it. But yeah, that's the individual ones, and I'm going to make one more for just unlocking all of them automatically. So, duplicate, unlock, basic abilities. And this one just unlocks all of them. And we're just going to go... basically the whole suite of, like, the player ability tags that we're applying. And that's what this does. And that's basically all of those. Now, as I said, we're just, like, outlining them for the future, but for now, this is good to have. Also, ad break is happening. I should probably do this. There we go. Right. So we're not going to get on with, like, anything while this is happening, of course. But, so, as I was talking about earlier, I feel like it's going to be an interesting thing this time around with the Game Awards. It's going to be... it's more of a case of we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But I have been playing a bit more of Marvel Rivals since I streamed it the other day. You know, actually saying, like, on stream, hey, I may actually play this, like, fairly often, and I'm making good on that. I'm actually playing it a bit often. And from what I've realized, this is gonna sound like me going on a bit of a rant, but I fucking hate Iron Fist players. I hate Scarlet Witch players. Those two particular types of players, honestly, I dislike them so much. Because you don't play Scarlet Witch to have fun, you just play Scarlet Witch to win. Scarlet Witch is so cheap. They essentially, for their ultimate, they have essentially a nuke. And nothing about her movement speed changes when, you know, they start fully charging their ultimate. Like, yeah, their movement speed is reduced when they're doing it in the first place, but it should be reduced even further when it gets into the later stages of a charge. That's how a charge should work. And also, I feel like with Iron Fist, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by Iron Fist players because of the number of bloody punches they throw at you. It's ridiculous. It feels like they're just not letting you breathe at all, and that's not very... it doesn't feel very fun, especially when you're trying to play support for your team, but your team isn't, you know, preventing the Iron Fist from pushing through, and then you just get absolutely murdered and your entire team just falls apart. But yeah, that's just some complaints I have, a little bit of the complaints I have about Marvel Rivals. Aside from that, I'm having fun with it. It's a fun little game. But yeah, no, the outbreak has finished. Welcome back, chat. Gonna hide that now. So, those gameplay effects have been made. Those we kept for the future. It's nice to have those. It gives me a little bit of direction for what I need to do eventually when I'm designing a proper tutorial for the player. But... yeah, so those have been made. And as I said, I don't know, like, I'm still kind of split on what I want to do for, like, the player projectile. I I know with mouse and keyboard, I do want to make it so that, oh, it's going to be a left click kind of thing. So maybe I'll actually spend time working that thing out. So I'll mark that off as done. I've marked off gameplay effects because that's done. That's nice. It's nice checking things off. Even though that's not, like, the main point, you know, learning is, like, the absolute end goal of things for me, but if I get things ticked off as I go along, that's a nice thing to do too. That's, you know, that's what I've tried to sort of make things about, rather than always making it like, ah, I must achieve this, I must achieve that. I just want to have fun with learning and, you know, trying to experiment with stuff. Anyway, so I do wanna start, like, working on, like, sorting that thing out. Okay. No, actually, back to the editor. I do need to make, where is input? Input is there, so IA, player jump, there. So, input action, IA underscore player attack. Now, here's the thing I have in mind. So I'm going to need to make another sheet on Clip Studio for this because, you know, keep it separate from my little explanation from earlier. Where's my pen? There we go. So say, again, for example, for argument's sake, the player is here. So the player can throw. So actually, maybe I shouldn't draw that, because that looks a bit suspect. So I'll write it instead. So mouse click left. So if I only have it so that if they just click, they throw, then it will just throw. It will just throw the projectile out in front of them, and it will just have gravity. It will just, you know, have regular physics working on it and doing that stuff and whatnot. If only click to throw. So if only click to throw, then we simply just, you know, throw it. That's basically it. I'm going to shrink this down so I can actually fit the rest of my little doodle explanation in here, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to fit it in here at all. So going to throw that over to the side, and then doodle the rest of the stuff here. So mouse click left. And I'm gonna do it like going down like a waterfall, like kind of, or more like a tree really. So mouse click left. Only click basically does like the same as we did before, you know, just throw the projectile, throw it out. But if held, so if we're doing the other method where we have the two different methods where if we just click it and then the player just sort of like just clicks and releases and just doesn't like hold it or anything, then they just throw it. If they hold down for like a certain period of time, then they have the ability to aim kind of like this. And they sort of can move like up, down, left, and right. So they can sort of like aim where they want to throw it, then release, then throws it in that given direction. So for example, they were aiming it up, it will be thrown upwards, and it will head in that direction, and that's basically it. I feel like breaking it down and explaining it, the other method doesn't seem so daunting to want to implement now, so I am gonna want to try and do this. So this may take a little bit, right? So we go back into the editor. So IA player attack, and then we go into the mapping context because that's where we need to assign things. If you can't remember that, go IA underscore player attack. And say we need to bind it here, so left mouse button, there we go. And then we have triggers. Now if you remember, then that's good, but if not, then that's alright, I can explain. So triggers are essentially, we add this thing to this input, and when this specific type of trigger happens, that's when whatever is bound to this input happens. So for example, you can have it just happen on like when the input starts, when it's continuously held, or when it's pressed, when it's released, when it's tapped, say for a like mobile device, whether it's held and released. And if you wanted to say, like have a different thing happened if it was released and whatnot, then you can. So if you wanted to just say, for example, I believe on this input action, the modifier, there's no trigger for it. There's no trigger. So for the player jump, the trigger is pressed, and for the player stop jump, it is released. Yeah. So of course, I can either do this as a case of, we can have it as player attack, player stop attack, but that wouldn't make too much sense. So I'm going to just have it as player attack, and we're going to have the trigger on both pressed and trigger on released, and then in the code we can just basically, you know, make it do a certain thing based on what the actual input is. So, pressed, released. Cool. Just to make sure I get this right. Anyway, moving on. Close the engine. Right. That's what I need to do next. Then we're gonna get rid of this, because we don't need it at the moment. We probably won't need it again for a while unless we need to make changes to it. So it's always nice to just sort of keep things clear. Anyway, in the header file, actually, no, not in this header file. We need the player controller. So we need the H file and we need the CPP file for the player controller because we're doing our inputs from the player controller side of things. Okay? Okay. Anyway, so U property edit anywhere blueprint read only category input. Nope. Meta equals allow private access equals true. U input action attack action, and then we go down to bind our stuff. Sorry, it's at the top. I can't remember where it's put in the player controller. It might be at... Oh wait, this is the player character. Whoops. I'm looking... Yes, heater? Banishing me to the second monitor. Oh no. Help. No. Help. No. I want to... Right. Yep, no, now I remember. Down at the bottom. So enhanced input. Enhanced input. Find action. So attack action. E trigger event. Triggered. Object. Oh wait, hold on. This. Though I did not make a protected method for this, I need a U function. So U function void player attack. And that simply exists. I will not take this AMD slander in my household heater. Player attack. There we go. Ah! No! I didn't mean to do that one! Now, I can't remember. Enhanced input check if released. Anyway, sorry. Doing group chat stuff. I'm trying to. Actually, now I think about it, I'm gonna reopen. I'm gonna. Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna reopen the editor again. Because I do need to adjust things, because I have remembered something. I have remembered a thing. Right. Oh yeah, right. Editor's back open again. Turns out I may not actually need to have the 2 triggers on there at all. On the, like, the player attack. So, left mouse button, triggers. We only need to have it on press. But unfortunately, removing that one thing removes both of them, which is kind of annoying. So, not hold and release, pressed. Pressed. There we go. So now that we've done that, I know I didn't really need to do that until afterwards, but it would make more sense in my brain if I had that in place. Okay, player attack. So we have player attack for when it's pressed, or when it's triggered. So I'm going to add another one. U function. Stop holding player attack. And so I'm going to do that. Anyway, I also realized I completely forgot to switch to that one. Right, cool. Right, so we've got player attack, stop holding player attack. I also need to add things to the player interface. So player character. I believe this was in player character interface. I need to add these. So among the other methods that are already in here, we're going to add to this growing list. So blueprint native event, blueprint callable, and we're going to say void start player attack, and then new function. I know I could just copy and paste this. I'm just going to copy and paste it rather than type it out again. There we go. And then void stop holding player attack. And then we get rid of that because we don't need that now. And then we're going to need these in the player character anyway. So they're in the... How can I not remember where I put things? Yep, it's in the... public section. There we go. Right, we're going to get these in there. And because there's no base implementation, I'm actually going to get rid of this, like, the super method call, because I don't need it. This time around, I'm actually doing what I said that I really should be doing. Anyway, so what I of course want to do, I want to do my normal stuff of like when I do any other input. So go up. Oh wait, that's wrong. So if not get does implement interface. So get this interface. So I player character interface execute start player attack get pawn, and then we do the same but stop holding player attack I player character interface stop holding player attack get pawn. Oh wait, no, it's execute stop holding player attack get pawn. Right. Right. So stop holding player attack, holding Let me think. Okay, I may need to illustrate another part of what I'm doing, because I need to filter through some of these thoughts that I'm having about how I'm implementing this. So... Righty-ho. So, in terms of what I'm thinking of, so... Of course, we'd have to say... So, start... Attack. We're going to have to set a boolean to true. So... So B holding throw equals true. And then on stop attack or stop holding. And then on stop holding attack, we set this to false. Flare. Flas. Not we set this to false, and then we have whatever happens afterwards, like actually throwing the projectile. So there. But then in the tick method, while we have this held, so tick, and then we say if held, then call like an aim method, and then we only actually properly aim. Oh wait, the music's ending, I think. Yeah, no, it's ended. Huh. What does Dragon Shore sound like again? I can't remember. This might be a bit repetitive. I know there's 1 hour of stream left, but that's Zephyr. Maybe Crystal Glacier. Alright, that's better. That's nice and slow. Anyway, so tick if held, aim method, and then only after like a certain amount of time has passed. So if held for say 0.5 seconds, then stop. Or just aim. I don't know if I want to stop the player from being able to move. I want to stop them from jumping, though. Maybe. Or... no. trying to think. I'm trying to think. So, maybe not actually stop movement and aim, but just have it, if held for 4.5 seconds, then aim. I think that's what I want to do with this. That sounds right enough to me, in my head at the very least. Let me know if it doesn't, like, if it could sound a bit better, but that sounds right to me, in my opinion. But yeah, no. But yeah, that's basically my thoughts on it. So if we go back into the code, we're going to need to add some extra things to the player. So we're going to have bool B is aiming throw equals false, and I want that to be false by default, so that's going to be set to false in the head, or in the H file. Then I'm going to have a method in the protected section, and I may as well put this with like the set interp field of view and the set like interp movement speed stuff, just because it, like, it's a nice way to organize this stuff. So void aim, and we're gonna take in a float called delta time, because, you know, we're taking in the seconds like from the world as they're aiming. I also realized I'm also going to need a float for this, so float time spent aiming, and that's of course going to be set to 0 by default, and also set to 0 when the player throws. So player start player attack. So B is aiming throw equals true. And then here, B is aiming throw is equal to false. And then do what is needed to throw projectile. Okay? So, at the moment, this is what this is doing. So, they're simply setting a Boolean toggle to true and false based on whether or not we're holding or whether we're releasing. I also probably want to, you know, test things bit by bit now that I'm actually able to compile things a lot faster. So, gonna UE log temp warning text started to aim throw. And then UE underscore log temp warning text stopped aiming preparing to throw. And that's as simple as. I'm going to quickly compile this, and we're going to run a little check just to make sure, you know, this is in working order. Though we do need to set the stuff within the player controller blueprint first before I forget. Cool. So now just a quick check to see if this is working. So... Oh wait, I didn't set the stuff in the player controller. Whoops! I literally said I need to set this, and I didn't. Silly me. Right, so attack action IA underscore player attack. Need to make sure. Okay, so it's only triggering on the trigger and is not triggering like the other end of it unless I did not. Hold on, let's double check the code because I might have forgotten to do something. So in player controller, I forgot to actually do the other bit. So I'm gonna duplicate this line, player. Stop holding player attack, and then we need to do this on cancelled. There we go. Right, so we know that, like, the actual, like, triggering it side works. It's just making sure that this other side does work as well. Man, it's just so quick now! Right. Right, so now this should work on both sides. Or not? Hold on. Right, need to do this again. So instead of uncancelled, it should be... cleared. Though this might be wrong too. We're gonna see what happens. I'm pretty sure. Let me think. This is again me probably finding out in the end that it's probably, you know, better just to have the two separate actions, but I'm being a little bit stubborn and I want to try it without, you know, having to define a second action for it. Let's see. Okay, that did not work either, so I probably am going to have to define a second input action for this again. Which is kind of frustrating, but... Or I could be wrong. Hold on. Go to IMC, mapping context, mapping, attack, triggers, actuation threshold. Never mind. Never mind. We're not, we're gonna have to define a second one, so... Not what I wanted to have to do, but this is what I'm going to have to do because it's not working the way I wanted to, doing it the way I was trying to. So, stop player attack. So we're going to call it stop player attack. Stop player attack. Actually, I should call it player stop attack because it will be in line with player stop sprint and player stop jump. Player stop attack. Yeah, player stop attack. And that's going to be left mouse click, and the trigger is going to be on the release. Save that. And then we're going to go back into the code again. Okay, so we're going to define a new input action. I'm gonna copy the U property because it's just going to be the same stuff anyway. If I can actually highlight it properly. So U input action pointer stop attack action. I'm gonna bind it to the triggered stop attack action, and we're gonna do stop holding player attack. Now this should work. This one should definitely work. Oh wait, no, I didn't set it. I did not set it. I did not say it. I was thinking, wait, why isn't this working? I did it again. It happened again where I forgot to set the thing that I just made. So player stop attack. There we go. There we go. So started to aim throw, stopped aiming, preparing to aim throw, and then if I let go again because I'm currently holding it, stopped aiming, preparing to throw. Right, so the pressing and releasing part works, at the very least in terms of actually detecting it happening. I forgot to switch it to the editor. Whoops. So if I do this again, whoops. So if I click, started to aim throw, and if I release, stopped aiming, preparing to throw. So that works, which is pretty good. So back into the code, because I'm going to close the editor again, because I don't need it open right now. Also, I don't know why, but I periodically would just put, like, the tablet pen just, like, either between my fingers to twirl, or I don't know why. Hold it between my toes. I don't know why. It's weird. I don't know why I do it. I don't even need it to, like, be, like, anywhere but on my desk, but, you know. Anyway, okay, now I remember. In the player character, I'm gonna shrink this so it's easier to see stuff. Well, or at the very least, easier for me to see stuff. If I find one of the interp methods. Yep, set interp movement speed, so... Although it's different, it's complete... Beat mention... Oh, hi, Nick. Beat has been mentioned, hello. Hope you're doing okay. Right, so checking the interp methods. It's not exactly the same, but it's giving me a little bit of an idea. I don't think I actually made... No, wait, I did. I did make my method for this bit. I put it with my other aim. There it is. I didn't... How goes the game dev stuff? It's slowly taking shape. I'm giving myself a bit more of a direction, like, now. Things are a bit quicker now, because I got myself a new SSD to use as, like, extra storage for stuff, and I moved the engine and the project onto there, so things compile a lot faster now than they used to, which I'm pretty happy with. Motivates me a bit more, honestly. So... If not B is aiming throw, then we don't want to do anything here. We want to return not an NVMe, just a regular bog standard SSD, because that was basically what I could afford at this stage, but it's doing its job, you know, it's working like a charm. I would have liked to have gotten an NVMe because I know it's a lot faster, but this still works pretty well. So it will serve me well for the time being at the very least. So if B is aiming throw, then return. If not, then time spent aiming plus equals delta time. So it adds to this over time, and then I may actually, instead of just like hard coding in how long they need to hold the throw before it actually starts properly aiming, I do perhaps want to make this like something that's adjustable. So U property, edit, anywhere, read only. Wait, I don't actually need it to be read by the blueprint or anything. I just need it to be edit anywhere. So float, aiming, time, threshold. So we do that. And then if time spent aiming is greater than or equal to aiming time threshold, then who start aiming here. And I think gosh. So we start aiming here. And this is where I'm trying to think. Do I wanna... I may actually want to base like the rotation based on the... based on the rotation of maybe the camera, maybe. So I need an F vector. I need an F, right, I'll need an F vector to store this. So F vector, and we'll say think. We'll call it aiming direction. But then maybe another boolean, so I'll say bool B has fully aimed equals false. But B has fully aimed. And then, so say if not B has fully aimed, then we'll say, oh, whoops! B has fully aimed equals true. And then start aiming here, la-di-da-di-da. So we say, aiming direction equals main camera Get component. Get forward vector. And for now, wait, actually, I may want to make the vector, the F vector view anywhere. View property, right, visible anywhere, so I can see if there's like any actual changes being made to it. So for now, I'm going to compile this and we're going to run a test on it. Also, ad break starts in a few minutes, people. Chat, sorry about that. And it's done compiling, despite making quite a few changes, so I'm happy with that. Right. It's the editor. Dismiss. No. Go away. There we go. Where's the player? Right, aiming direction is there. Oh wait, no, I didn't put the... I remember now. I forgot to put it in the tick. I forgot to put that method in the tick function. So no wonder it's not working. So, tick. Tom, what is your opinion of Skibbity Toilet? How brain rotted are you? See, other people would argue that I'm barely brain rotted, but I'm not too into Skibbity Toilet. I have different types of brain rot that affect me, but not that type of brain rot. But that is my opinion at the very least. Are you not brain rot maxing? No, I am not at the moment. If it ever comes to that, then maybe I will. Also, ad is starting in a few minutes, so I'm gonna throw this up there. I won't do too much while ads are going on. I'll just kind of, you know, get hydrated, get doing stuff, and then... I really should change the color of the text, because I feel like, depending on the background, it kind of sticks out. Hold on a moment, if people are still there. Ah! There we go. Right, still about 2 minutes and a half left of the ad break. But more Marvel Rivals probably. I've also been replaying the first Psycho. Well, I started replaying the first Psychonauts last night, and it's always nice revisiting that game because I do enjoy it a lot. And I'm probably going to revisit playing Psychonauts 2 as well, because I loved that game when it came out 3 years ago, and it was so fun. And I do want to replay it all again, because I got all the achievements for it, but on, like, like Xbox, like on the Xbox Game Pass for PC, because that's how I was playing it at the time. So I do want to just get all the achievements on Steam anyway, just so I have another 100%ed game on Steam. Because the only game that I have all the achievements on is Destiny 2 on Steam, and I feel like I need to change that just so that's not the only thing that I've actually put time into completing, so I'm not like, you know, just picking it up, playing a game, and then throwing it away once I'm kind of done. So yeah, okay, and it's almost done. And ad breaks are over. Welcome back, chat. So as I said, you know, not much has happened. So nothing has changed since since the ad breaks happened. So also, would you ever consider streaming a playthrough of Simpsons Hit and Run? If I had it, then I would definitely consider it. I would definitely consider it because I've never played it before. But I do know that a lot of people like it. Or am I thinking of the other one? I might be wrong, but I would consider playing it because I've never played it before. Also, properly like playing like the proper version of the Simpsons game. To be fair, it's a pretty good streaming game. Yeah, yeah, I could do. Also, like properly playing the Simpsons game because I had the version of the Simpsons game like on the DS. But not the actual, like, console and whatnot version. So it'd be nice to actually properly play that, because it's drastically different from how the DS version played, of course, because, you know, tie-in games and whatnot. But, so, AIM. It's literally called AIM. Oh, the console version isn't very good. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Whoa. Like, I got it on launch, and the controls are weird. Weird how? Like, not what you would expect from, like, a sort of adventure, like, platforming kind of game. And honestly, it's not the best right. Yeah, to be fair, it's kind of... Yeah, it's slippery. Ah, right, the controls and the physics are slippery. Yeah. Very, very slippery. I'm trying to think of something that I've played, like, that's been slippery, but I can't remember, like, any particular example off the top of my head. Though, if we're talking about games that are, like, sluggish in terms of their controls and their mechanics and how they feel... Oh god. Devil May Cry 2. You couldn't pay me to replay through that game, because I played through it back in October. You could not pay me to play through that game again, or even to play as Lucia. I will not play as Lucia. It was enough playing the game as Dante. And I did this for the sake of science. Dante is the best. No. I played it. I played DMC2 for the sake of a science, for an experiment. Please, Tom, no! I have subjected myself to it enough. I don't need DMC2 anymore. Not in my life. Not in my life anymore. Please, Nick. Spare me. Right. BP player. And then I need to check the aiming direction. You know what? I'll set aiming time threshold to 0.05 because I forgot to set that. You'll have to play the 4Kids One Piece games as a... Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I'm aware of some of the... as a result of your rejections. Ugh. Right, so that... Of course, that doesn't change, like... when that's... The games themselves are fine, but the dubbing is not. Yeah, no, I am aware of the 4-piece One Kids dub. 4Kids One Piece dub. I got it the wrong way round. Shush. But yeah, no, I'm aware of the One Piece, like the 4Kids One Piece dub. Like, man, 4Kids, man, they just kind of the 4-piece One Kids dub. It's sounding like some fucking 4-piece McNuggets ass. It's just a child. Inside the studio? It's the 4-piece One Kids, but it's dubbing the East Blue arc. Ugh. I'm aware of, like, the bloody 4Kids One Piece dub and some of, like, the stuff that they made for, like, localization and all that. Like, imagine replacing Sanji's cigarette with a lollipop. Like, imagine that. Like, that's the most... I love the hammer. Like, how does that make sense? Like, I swear to God. Like, I know that they just kind of don't exist anymore, but the remnants of, like, who 4Kids were do exist and are still kind of around, but they just definitely existed back then. Like, back in, like... And also, Nami's mother didn't die. She's just asleep in a dungeon. What? The whole point of Nami's backstory was that she fucking got killed. And that in her death, she just said, yeah, I'm just gonna work for Arlong and all that. Like, that was her whole deal. And then, what? Oh my God. It's a travesty. It's an absolute travesty. She's just in the Shadow Realm. Oh yeah, no! Like how in, like in non-dub Yu-Gi-Oh! They're not sent to the Shadow Realm, they die. Like, I'm thinking of that one duel in Battle City where Yugi and Kaiba are tag team dueling against those guys who are obsessed with the moon and shit. And I know, like, in the dub, like, oh, when this glass breaks, whoever loses will be sent to the Shadow Realm. But I know that in the actual context of the sub, it's just, yeah, no, you're fucking dying if you lose this duel. Have you ever watched the uncut Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub of the first episode? It's actually insane. I have not. I did not know this existed. I didn't know this existed. Like, there is, like... Because I love, like classic Yu-Gi-Oh! I love the original, like, Duel Monster series. I like GX. I haven't watched too much of 5Ds. I haven't watched Zexal at all. I tried watching a little bit of Arc V and whatnot. But I didn't know there was an uncut dub of the first episode. I was never aware of this. So that's... Honestly, that's actually pretty interesting to find out, honestly. Yeah, they released the first 5 episodes of the unedited dub ages ago, but the later episodes are Of course, because people. I'd actually want to see like the uncut like first 5 episodes, because you know, just to see like all the differences like and what changes were made between that and the final, you know, actual aired episode, if that makes sense. So, rather, they've never released because of rights procurement. Oh, no. That makes more sense. Because I was about to say, like, they'd be completely lost if they were just completely thrown away, but if it just exists, then it's just a matter of trying to find them and trying to actually get the right to release them and distribute them. Interesting stuff. Anyway, back to the code. Plus 4 kids still sort of exists as 4. Oh! Right, of course. Alright, think. Right. So, at the moment, play a character, in the stop aiming, which will be all the way up here, because of how everything is organized, because of where everything's placed within the H file. Yeah, there we go. So, do what is needed to throw projectiles. So, I'll make a method for this. And this will be in this is the private section. This will be in the protected section. So void handle player throw. So handle player throw. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. I want to generate a definition. Right, so handle player throw, and then on the do hickamajig, I'm gonna have to scroll all the way up again. Ah, there it is. Handle player throw. Okay, so there's no like actual like point where there's like a projectile being thrown from, so I'm gonna have to create like a temporary one for now. But and this would essentially take the same form. Hold on, let me think. Have I ever used like just a scene component for this? No, I haven't. I haven't used the scene component for this. Cool, I can do this. Right. So you property, edit, anywhere. I need to make this a scene component. Use scene component, pointer, projectile, throw, point, and then up here, underneath the overlap box, we'll say projectile throw point, create default subobject, use scene component, and we'll say text, and we'll say throw point, and then projectile throw point, and then we set up the attachment to the root component so it just actually stays with the player rather than, you know, just staying where the player spawns. So there, that's that bit done. And now if we go down... Oh, good heavens. There we go. Handle player bro. So... And I'm also going to need to look at how the enemy handles spawning a projectile. Hold on. Ooh, sorry about that. Posted the uncut dub stuff in the Discord if you want to see it. Like, oh, cool, thanks. I mean, I may give it a look tonight, or I may give it a look tomorrow when I'm not sleepy. Or... I'm not sleepy, but, you know, when I wake up and whatnot, when I have more time and whatnot. But, interesting to have there. I got it. I get it, man. I gotta sleep too. Work is in a few hours. Catch you soon. Catch you soon, Nick. Like, thanks for stopping by, even if it was for a little while. And glad you're doing okay. Also, boo, heater. Boo. Boogity boogity. You just got back? Damn. Yeah, so I'm gonna... Because I can't remember if it's a thing that I did within the enemy itself, or if I only did it... No, wait, no, I did it within behavior trees. You went toilet. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Toilet boiler. Toiler for the boiler for the heating system. Right, we are going to compile... Oh, that took 11 seconds. That's... God. 11 seconds is so insane. Right. AI, enemy AI, enums, tasks. I believe this is it, right? So for the enemy AI, for the spawning of the projectile, that's how it's done in the blueprint in the behavior tree tasks. But... So you know how when you press the Xbox button, yes, I'm aware of this. What happened? Why do I get the feeling something different than what you were expecting just happened? Like, when you say, you know, when this happens, then this happens, right? And then I'm always expecting something, that a menu is coming up on your second monitor? Huh. That's supposed to appear on the main monitor. Not on the bloody... Wait a minute, I just realized something. My idle, like, non-blinking picture is missing the shine on the glasses. I just noticed this. I think I forgot it when I was making this version of the bloody thing. Oh no! I forgot it! Double tapping Xbox button, open Steam, big... Oh? Huh. Weird. But yeah, no, this is kind of weird. I didn't notice this until now. I only just noticed, like, staring closely while reading chat. God. Now, I'm trying to remember how to spawn a thing. Yeah, no, you can see it now. Yeah, no, it's bugging me now. I'm gonna have to sort this out after, like, tomorrow or after stream. Probably tomorrow when I, you know, have the time within the waking hours of the world. Let's see. Back into the code. I think it's get world to spawn an actor. So get world, or it's U gameplay statics. U gameplay statics. Spawn object. Holy shit! Double grape. Did you get 2 grapes fused together? Oh, whoa. Holy. Oh, wait, no, it's so... Projectile? Base projectile, there we go. Right, so set owning actor. So... And one shaped like a heart? What's going on? What did you do? What happened? You... So spawn actor. So ATB underscore base projectile. Co-op seedless mix. You know what? I should get seedless mixed grapes from the co-op then, just to see if I get something similar, because fucking Jesus. I want the funky grapes. I want those funky ass grapes. Gosh. Oh, sorry about that. So static class. Projectile throw point. Get location. So get component location. Oh. And then if I need spawn parameters, then I'll do spawn parameters. Cool. I want the funky grapes. That would be cool. Right, so that would spawn a projectile. Right, so... So I'm going to say if fully, so if B has fully aimed, so has fully aimed, so if B has fully aimed, and I kind of want to do it like this, so else, and then, so I'm going to have a vector here, or an F vector, and we're going to call this throw direction. Throw direction is never used, I know. So if B has fully aimed, then throw direction equals aiming direction. And then otherwise, throw direction equals get actor forward vector. Throw direction dot rotation. And then here we say B has fully aimed equals false. Time spent aiming equals 0.0f. Oh wait, actually, good thing that I should do as well. Where is... yeah, no. No wait, I need to actually do this as a forward declaration first. Gosh, I can talk. Wow, I just realized that. A TP underscore base projectile. I'm gonna have this be a edit anywhere U property. I'm gonna say T subclass of, and it's gonna be TP, so ATP underscore base projectile, and we're gonna call this projectile class. Then instead of the, I'm gonna say, oh wait, I did not mean to get rid of that comma. Whoops. Projectile class, which works there. Yeah, stop holding player attack. There we go. Handle player throw. I've already put it there. Cool. But there is a thing that I should probably do. Handle. So handle player throw. I don't want this to execute if that class is not set. So if projectile class is equal to null pointer, then return. Otherwise, if it tries to spawn and... oh yeah, projectile... so set owning actor this. And I don't have anything setting its velocity or like stuff yet, so maybe that's something I need to adjust as well. Set owning actor. Yeah, right. So I need to make a method that gets its projectile movement component. So U function and then force inline U projectile movement component pointer get projectile movement const, and then return projectile movement. Projectile get projectile movement velocity equals throw direction times, say 500, just to be safe. Right. That should be everything for that for the time being. Right. And now in the player, first aiming time threshold needs to be set to 0.5. Then the projectile class needs to be set to BP projectile, because that's the one that properly exists. And then we need to adjust the position of the scene component. Where is it? There we go. Right, I'm going to put it there. And we're just going to do a safe little test with it. Oh. Hey, it worked. Although not exactly properly, but it is aiming. Aiming is working. And that's good. That's what I wanted. That works. Cool. Oh wait, I didn't switch the screen. Whoops. I need to show it off. If I just click and release, it will just throw it out like straight ahead. If I hold it and I angle it up like that, or angle it up like this, angle it down, angle it off to the side, or this side, or backwards, the aiming works, and I'm pretty happy with that. So honestly, I think this is a good place to leave off this game dev stream for today. So, to everyone who showed up, and everyone watching things back on the VOD, whether it's here on Twitch or on YouTube, depending on when you're watching this, thank you ever so much for showing up today. I really appreciate it. This went pretty well, and I'm happy that, like, compile times are, you know, doing so well. I can get so much more done during a stream now. It's great. Tomorrow's stream will be returning to Xenoblade Chronicles. It may or may not be the last Xenoblade Chronicles stream. Who knows? We'll see what happens. We'll see how much we can get done within 4 hours. If not, then we'll be streaming it again on the Friday. But we'll see what happens. But tomorrow is Xenoblade. But